Hello and welcome in the new year. Welcome to AUTOMAT Live-Coding. This is the stream where we write AUTOMAT. This is a desktop automation app. It doesn't usually look like that. This is a little bit tangled mess. This is a performance benchmark, this scene that you can see here. Usually, actually let me clean this another way. Usually it looks something like that. So we have a couple of objects that can each do some specific job. This one reacts to hotkeys. This one is basically a switch that flips on and off whenever it gets a signal. The next one is a macro recorder. So this is an object that automatically connects to the nearest timeline. And when it's active, and when I press keys, it will record, see this timeline of events that we can then play. And when I play this, the screen moves left and right. Right, fairly straightforward. Oh yeah, we also have hotkeys. So this is F4. If I press F4, I can start and pause this timeline. Okay, enough. Okay, so this is AUTOMAT, and this is what we usually do. And this is what we will be doing today as well. First, a bit of stream announcements. We have a new profile on Blue Sky, which works similarly to our... Let me find this profile. Actually, it's in the chat. So I can use that. There it is. Now, there is one thing which is missing from here, and this would be the announcement for the current stream. I don't know why it's not here. We should be posting to this microblog place automatically. But okay, I don't want to spend too much time on this. Maybe I will look into this tomorrow. Today we are looking at the assembly project. Yes, we are starting a whole new endeavor today. So first let's summarize what we've been doing so far. So we spent the past probably 2 months optimizing the rendering pipeline of AUTOMAT. We did quite a lot. We actually managed to switch to a new rendering backend called Graphite. Things are a little bit buggy. See, when I drag this object, the cable is... It's not even lagging behind, it's actually lagging farther than it should. When I move it down, the cable jumps up. When I move it up, the cable jumps down. So we have some tiny bugs that we should fix. Once we fix them, the latency of movement should decrease. So we have a bit of bugs left, but we should pat ourselves on the back because rendering is now better than it ever was. It's not quite multi-threaded, it is a little bit multi-threaded. We have a dedicated rendering thread now. I was hoping we would have multiple rendering thread, which would render multiple widgets in parallel. We didn't do that. We are close. We could spend another month and get this implemented. But the biggest thing that we got was that rendering doesn't block the event processing. So if I stop AUTOMAT and when I run our event bench, This is a benchmark that tests how quickly we can deliver events. It basically measures the jitter in event delivery, because we want to control games with Automat. It's crucial that we don't ever miss a frame, because skipping a single frame means we are out of sync. This small test case measures exactly that. It sends events to Automat itself, and then we measure the jitter of event delivery. And as you can see, it's small enough that I think most games, which don't always render at exact same FPS, would tolerate this kind of I think at this point the game performance is actually the biggest source of jitter, not Automat event delivery. So this is great, this is really nice. We could bring the drift even down to 0 if we attempted some tricks, but they're not that important. We are good. So this is great. How do I underscore? Doesn't matter. So there are still some things which we would like to have. So there is a problem with some widgets, not objects, widgets, that sometimes appear on the first frame without any rendered surface. Even in the examples that I just shown right now, this was visible in a couple of places. There were objects that just appeared, and after a couple of frames they actually only shown their textures. I don't know exactly what's causing this. It's something that we'll have to take a look. It's probably like 1 day or half a day of work. Then we also have the anchor points, and in our rendering pipeline we have this concept of reusing old textures. So when we render an object once, we on subsequent frames, even if object moves or deforms, we still take the old texture and squeeze it into the new position so that we can still render it. And this is... I shown you the connection, so it's not quite working. It's working to some degree, but the code behind the scenes, it's very duct tapey. It's super messy, we have to fix that. Yeah, we have to put a little bit of thought into how we want to actually make this work. So right now we have like a couple orthogonal mechanisms for handling object transform. We are using matrices a lot. So this is one place where we use them. But we also have those anchor points. And the anchor points, sometimes they have this elastic deformation effect. But sometimes they have the, how is it called, linear? Where This is actually even 3D sometimes, where if we have like 3 anchors and we kind of deform them, it will cause the object to behave as it was a piece of paper, with those 3 anchor points kind of moving and rotating the object on screen. And I think all those 3 techniques, matrices, elastic deformation, and linear anchor-based deformation, I think we could somehow combine them. I think matrices and this linear deformation are actually redundant. So I guess maybe we could get rid of matrices and replace them with the 3D anchor-based deformation. Oh well. Yeah, and the last thing that we could do, actually not the last, I mean, we are already using multi-threaded, but we could increase the count, the number of rendering threads. There is one more point which I keep on the back of my head because it's very important for desktop software to not drain the CPU all the time. So when we are showing AUTOMAT window, we're actually not that bad already. Try again. If now I open BTOP or something like that, okay. See, this is the AUTOMAT CPU usage. It's not 0. Like periodically, the CPU still jumps because we are still rendering at 60 FPS. It's just rendering is very fast because we are just taking a texture and compositing it. So not much work. Or maybe we do a little bit work. But anyway, we already have a mechanism within our rendering pipeline to signal when the animation is ongoing or when it's stopped. We just need to honor this at the top level, at the window level, and basically stop the refresh, stop the periodic screen refresh when the animation finishes. So we have a bunch of to-dos from the past year. Those are smaller things, and we've spent so much time on this rendering arc that I honestly got bored with it. We will definitely get back to those points because we need to fix all of those. But we should start the new year with something interesting, just to not endlessly kind of improve the quote-unquote game engine that we have here, but we should also kind of write the game. Anyway. Let me copy those points onto our roadmap. I want to make sure that we have actually saved them. Okay. Okay, there are many smaller to-do lists. Okay, definitely things that we should do. Oh yeah, some of them are important. New widgets. Oh yeah, we have this. Fix shadows of concave paths. Okay, this is on the list. Let's remove this. Maybe I should switch to GitHub issues for some of those things. Yeah, increase rendering thread count. Okay, and all of those we can move them aside. So this is those are the remaining to-dos from our rendering work. We also have this, some other things. We also have this digression about implementing remote rendering. I've turned this into tasks recently so that we just can keep in mind what we still have to do there.
Zega says,
How do you think about new HTML short and normal videos? I think your job is great, but you need more fame.
Thanks, it's nice to hear that. I was also thinking about this, so the video, how is it called? The video production is very annoying. I've spent like 3 days working on the devlog that I published. This is the only video about AUTOMAT. And it was a lot of work. It was so much work that I actually think it's better for me to spend this time actually improving AUTOMAT, because during those 3 days I can implement so many new things that it's probably a better use kind of my time to just do coding and not video editing. I will still do some video editing.
That Nintendo says.
Somebody enjoying linking up your ideals.
Zyga says.
Yeah, but marketing is very important.
Yeah, I know. I think we will have to do some videos. I mean, not because that I want, but like you said, marketing is very important. I guess since we are almost a year since the devlog 0, we could probably publish devlog 1 with, summary of what already is there in AUTOMAT. I guess we don't need to implement anything new. True. Topics for shorts are hard to find. I did publish some shorts, but the thing is, with shorts, the people watching the shorts, they need to, within a couple of seconds, recognize the thing that they are looking as something interesting. You know, the first couple of seconds are super important. I think there are very few things in the stuff that we do here that have this property of being, you know, entertaining and engaging from the first second. Like, even the coding, it's not interesting to like 90% of the people. Even people who are actually interested in coding, I don't think they do this through shorts. Yeah, the hook. It's...
Yay, thinking about hook.
I was thinking about showcasing what we can do with AUTOMAT, because AUTOMAT can play some games. It did play some games already, like it did some experience farming in Black Myth Wukong. But doing videos like that, it feels a little bit heavy-handed, blunt, you know. It's like this very dumb advertising. It needs some good ideas. It needs some people with like marketing experience. I'm not this kind of person. Yeah, so Zyga, I kind of agree 100% with you, and the stuff that you're saying is... it rings true, and we will do that. I was thinking about how to publish info about AUTOMAT. I was thinking about writing some stuff. Writing is way easier for me because it doesn't require expensive editing.
I think you can take 100k subs spending 20 min day for simple, small content.
Possibly.
BC, you have a lot good content.
You know what? Maybe I will try that. Doing this like you... So the thing that you said about doing this in chunks, like 20 minutes per day, it's a nice idea. Because it's something I really don't enjoy, and I think that could make it palatable. So I will try that, thanks. I don't think I will go for shorts. I will probably try longer videos. I did try shorts, and like I said, it's very hard to make it interesting. So today I got a notification actually from YouTube that they are starting a new 3-minute shorts. So the shorts can be not so short anymore. But still, I think some videos that touch a specific topic could be good. I will see. I guess I will install Blender and see how to make a good... how to quickly make a video in Blender.
Yay, just show one mechanic from your game with good animation.
Do you mean like show a single object, how a single object works? Like behind the scenes, for example, how it's... or maybe not. Because those streams, they are meant for programmers, and I actually don't aim for younger programmers. I don't aim for like people learning programming. This is the biggest crowd on YouTube. I'm more interested in people who kind of already have the basics, and...
Or you can make AI bot to creating videos for...
it has to be done very tastefully. I'm not against bots, but AI videos, they need to bring some value still. Just making videos for the sake of making videos, for the sake of making subscribers, it doesn't make sense, right? So there is one thing I think: if you don't have anything to say, you should not say anything. And the thing with bots and the AI content is that, you know, if you don't have anything to say, you ask an AI to come up with a topic and make a video for you.
Batendra says,
Takes so much effort to come up with and execute interesting shorts. Not worth the time unless you can afford someone to do it for you.
Zega says,
You can tape your own text record short video and put it to AI bot.
Oh, so I kind of set the topic, I set the tone, but I have an AI kind of help with the content, with the montage, like video editing, yeah.
Automatization. Bot.
Maybe let's actually go through this step by step. So, what would make a good content? You mentioned we could. Let's see. So this is something I don't want to do. This is something that I mentioned. It just feels it's not nuanced. It doesn't bring much value. This is heavy-handed advertising, which I don't like. I guess we could talk about a lot of the ideas which are within AUTOMAT. Okay, those are fairly recent things. Like, we used to do a lot of stuff. I'm just actively deleting all of this. Okay, for instance, we could show how we animate cable connections. Right? We have a pretty decent animation there.
I think diagrams and segregate work can be first topic on first sec out. We see one diagram field in another C count. We see two more board G.
Can you explain this a little bit more? I'm not sure I understand it.
Wow, AUTOMAT looks RL good.
Or this, we could also explain how we animate the eyes, because they're actually very simple, but there is a very interesting math behind them. So each eye is just an SVG that we kind of squeeze. There's actually no 3D here. It's just very, I mean, all 3D is actually implemented using math. So maybe we do have a little bit of 3D quote.
Bartendress followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Or even the animation, the approach that we use for animation. I think it's very... I mean, I haven't come up with this for the purpose of AUTOMAT. This technique is something that I've been working on for years.
I meant that you could show how to plan work using diagrams. Start by showing a single field and add more as you go, explaining your process along the way.
Oh yeah. So the thing with this TL draw space... Okay, this is a good topic actually. The advantage of this one is that I can kind of see everything at a glance, like there is a bunch of rendering related work here, and here we have like some other projects. Just that having some work on a 2D space is convenient. Not sure if there is much value in this, but I guess it could be a short.
You can show some interesting things you can do with an AUTOMAT data. This is a great idea for shorts because you can showcase many small paths.
So I guess... So this is what you are mentioning, so showing what AUTOMAT can do. Like boasting, like look what you can do with AUTOMAT, right? It has to be done well. Because I really hate advertising. I think there is way too much advertising online. I don't want to kind of add my piece to this whole space. So I see that the typical structure of a short is like you said, there is a hook, and then there is some like valuable piece of content. So the hook could be like, here is how you can level up in whatever, in Skyrim. While making a tea, or while sleeping. Sorry, it's...
Yay. And you are in RL good position BC. You can show a lot of things in AUTOMAT, and it's look good.
Yeah, I guess This kind of videos is something that we could produce like in large quantities, because we can basically take almost any game. I was actually thinking about Factorio, right? Because Factorio is a game about automation, but within Factorio you can also automate. There are still some annoying things in Factorio, like cutting down trees that could be automated with AUTOMAT, especially in early game before you have bots. But really, almost any game you take, there are just annoying elements that you have to repeatedly kind of do and do.
Bartender says.
Perhaps look into Google SEO as well. AUTOMAT play other games. For instance, an automat.org is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, so this part is, I think, so the AUTOMAT is still kind of buggy, right? When you run this, you've probably seen it like crashed like a minute ago when I tried to restart it. When you, I think sometimes when I close it and reopen it, it will, okay, it worked okay, but sometimes it will not restore all connections. I think there are still quite a few bugs that we should fix. I mean, before we advertise this as something that can be used, like SEO, right? I think right now, if somebody wants to like really automate some complex tasks, I think right now something like AutoHotkey is better. Okay. Sure, I'm not a bot. I'm not a bot. Like the mouse automation and the gamepad automation, I think this is still something that we're missing. So, okay, for now, I wouldn't advertise AUTOMAT as something that can be used, because that would basically lead to disappointment. People would download it, see that it's buggy, it's crashing, it cannot do most of the stuff. It's like...
Makes sense.
Yeah, but we will do that. We will do that once we implement those missing features. But I think informative videos, the stuff that Zyga mentions, I think this is something we could do. Yeah, for example, like explaining this eye animation. How to do this mathematically. I think we could do a nice animated video. I will look into Blender again, because Blender is probably the tool for doing these kind of videos.
Zen says.
Don't worry about bugs.
Why do you think so? Like, we can do very few things right now. Like the quote MVP is there, but MVP is just repeating keystrokes. And even when we repeat keystrokes, right, when I record the macro, there is no way for me to edit it in any way. I can scrap through it. I can like disconnect some keys, maybe connect them to some other keys, but it's still so incomplete that... Why is it red? Yeah, you see, like, so many bugs. Even I don't know how to use this. And there is also the reason, right? Why would we want subscribers even?
Eyes animation is good topic for 15-min IT video. But this must be super simple explained, and you need very good thumbnails.
Yeah.
Thumbnails is 86's IT video.
Okay, I would say that in this case we can have a decent thumbnail because my wife worked in this thing called saliency analysis. So I'm using an eye tracker, right? I'm using eye tracker because my wife used to do this kind of stuff. This is predicting where people will look, essentially. And there is this, like, one of the strongest features, one of the things that attract the attention the most are eyes. People have some built-in hardware, like neural hardware, which is like universal. Everybody has this, where you subconsciously recognize eyes everywhere. And this is something that draws your attention. So when you have eyes in thumbnail, this is basically what forces your brain to look in a specific spot.
Bartender says.
Like the to-be eye tracker.
Yeah, precisely. So there are a couple of features like that, things that draw attention. I guess the YouTube crowd has already explored this thing, but for eye animation we have eyes, so I guess that thumbnail is going to be kind of naturally attractive. Okay, I started, I think, mentioning something. So, okay, the starting question is why? Why would we want subscribers? So, I'm not making money off YouTube, so this is not something I do for a living, so I don't really care whether we have 1,000 or 10,000 subscribers. However, there is a reason to increase the visibility because there is a chance that it will attract people who can just play with Automat and like help push it forward, like implement some features that they would like to see there. Yeah, and that would be beneficial for basically everybody. So if somebody comes and decides that they would like to use this framework for doing something entirely different, it's going to be nice because every Automat user will be able to benefit from the new functions. And I think this is the main reason why we would do this.
Zega says.
I just think you're a great person, easy to listen to, and you know what you're doing. You're an amazing developer, and people deserve to see what you have to offer.
Flattery will only get you so far. Thanks. So I'm thinking about this kind of group. So this group of people, so everybody's motivated by, different things. So people who would push AUTOMAT in their own direction might be, so first of all, so this may sound strange, but AUTOMAT is actually free in a sense that anybody can not only use it for free, but anybody can also reuse it and sell it. It's kind of commercially friendly project exactly because of that, because
On YouTube, we have tons of people who don't really know what they're doing. I want to watch someone like you, not people who have been programming for 4 months and just want a YouTube channel.
thanks, it's really nice to hear those words. It's not, YouTube has a lot of channels for like beginner programmers. This is not bad. This is actually a good thing. There are more and more people kind of getting in the field of programming, so the fact that there is like a lot of content for beginners, it's great. And it's always going to be like that. I mean, not always, but it's not going to change anytime soon. So when you're getting into programming, you are part of this crowd of people who, it's like being part of the large demographic of people. I also went through this. So when you start programming, everybody's also starting, at least it feels like that. Everybody's learning. There's a lot of good educational content. But then you roll a couple of years forward, and then suddenly you see that, hey, everybody around still seems to be learning, because there are just so many new people coming in that, the people who are right now, they are going to be kind of, their number is going to be tiny compared to the number of people who start in a couple of years. So there is a lot of people who learn, and it used to be like that for the past 20 years, and it's probably going to be like that for the next 20 years. Yeah, I was starting to kind of analyze this group of people who might help with AUTOMAT. So there are people who may apply commercially.
There's a lot of content for beginners, but very little for advanced users. I'm a Unity 3 developer, and I only see interesting content about once a month on Reddit.
Yeah. This is because there is this constant, ever-growing stream of new programmers. So, like the channels that optimize for new subscribers, they will always create content for beginners, never for advanced users, because the number of advanced users is like 2 orders of magnitude lower. So this is one group of people. I mean, not hobbyists, but maybe people who have some experience programming, because somebody who's totally new to this field, they're not going to be able to help a lot.
Mikolo says,
Hello?
Hey. But who also have something like that. Okay, maybe there is some demographic that I'm missing, but I think right now AUTOMAT is not a great tool for doing stuff. I mean, if you have small business or something like that, I guess there are some things you could automate. But right now AUTOMAT doesn't have really any advanced automation facilities. It can basically repeat macros, so
AUTOMAT seems to be a nice solution for headway testing where you have to go through the same scenario multiple times.
yeah, it's this is very true. This is even like some of the tests for AUTOMAT are implemented in AUTOMAT. It literally tests itself. So that's true, that's true. Yeah, I honestly don't see too much opportunities for making money with AUTOMAT. So I think advertising to this group of people is probably not a good idea yet. But this could work. And when I highlight this line, I don't mean that we, and I don't care about beginner programmers, actually very much do. It's super important to share knowledge. But yeah, we need some people who kind of played with this area for a bit and kind of know how to create small programs, know how to solve issues, how not to get stuck. And that have some of their own ideas. And I mean weird ideas. I mean people interested in, I don't know, biology or astronomy or this kind of stuff, or music or art or, I don't know, or Bitcoin. You know, people with have different perspectives. This is what I mean here. But that could also kind of project those perspectives, that have the tools for projecting those perspectives onto AUTOMAT. And I guess this group maybe could be attracted with informative videos like advanced programming topics. It's going to be hard. I watched YouTube. I've seen some videos about advanced programming topics, but honestly, the ones that I've seen, they are mostly taking a really complex topic, but they don't explain it very well. They just show, oh, this is a very hard thing. I've spent like 2 days working on this and I managed to work around this, and this is the solution. They skip the interesting bits. They kind of skip the solution quite often. They're very nicely animated though. I've seen lectures from programming conferences. Those are usually the best videos that I find on YouTube. Like, this is where the true gems are. But we are not going to make a lecture. Or maybe we will. That would be crazy. Yeah, I think it's a good plan to make a video targeting this group explicitly, and yeah, it could be a nice idea. I feel like the restart it again. Cable animation is probably not super interesting, but eyes could be. I say that cable animation is probably not super interesting because in game development, anybody who looks at this will immediately know that this is this inverse kinematics solver. This is a well-known technique for doing this kind of stuff. For cloth simulation, for ragdolls, for cables, this is how you do it. I don't think we have anything interesting to say on this topic, but on the eyes we could have.
Zega says,
PLS make material about faking, gelling, and physic animations. It will be RL helpful for me.
Okay, if you're interested in this stuff, this is probably a very good topic for a video. I can also give you a link, an interesting link about this. Called Snappy Animations. How can I post this? Can I share this somehow?
User way screen reader enabled.
Okay, so here is QR code, right? Come on. Should work now.
Just show me Lincoln website. I make screen.
So this is a presentation about like some of the techniques that we use in AUTOMAT for animation. So I use the automaticity. It's not related to AUTOMAT in any way. So there is this principle in user interface design about introducing automaticity. Automaticity is like a mechanism where your kind of brain can basically create those kind of mental, like kind of neural circuits that allow you to, when you think about moving in a game, you will kind of move in the game. And this kind of mechanism, like the mechanism where your brain creates those, circuits, it can be controlled. There are tools for making this easier or harder. This is called procedural memory or muscle memory. Yeah, when you're riding a bike, for instance, you don't think about, leaning your body to the right to turn. It just happens automatically when you think about turning right. And latency is very important in this. And there is also classical conditioning, which can work. So this is a presentation about doing animations, but with a very low latency, essentially. There is a sweet spot. Okay, this study was about conditioning. So there is basically a latency where if you do something and you see a response where the learning is the fastest. Probably, so this is about conditioning. Probably without conditioning stimulus, it would be just the lower latency, the better, like, basically. And there are some tricks for animating stuff in low latency fashion. Basically how to shave like one frame of animation. There are some snippets of code that can be used to do this kind of. If you're a game developer, then you definitely know this equation here on the top, the LLVM animation. Okay, this is not the topic for today. But okay, I actually think this is a good idea to make the first video about. I will have to relearn Blender again to make the video, but yeah. It could be a good idea. Oh, I was also thinking about the devlog type ideas. This is another thing which maybe could be interesting to this group. Okay, let's close this topic, because this is not the main topic for today. We are actually going to start something completely new. Okay, let me talk about assembly a little bit. So here is the problem that we have right now in AUTOMAT. AUTOMAT is a very simple system where an object executes, it passes control to the next object, and it just works like that. It's a very straightforward like sequence of objects invoking one another. With this simple structure, we cannot really do much stuff. Any more complex animation would require some kind of loops, some kind of checks, some kind of logic. So there are many ways to do this kind of stuff. First of all, there is a whole field of flowchart-based kind of programming solutions. There is one which I really like called the Dracon. Let me find it. So this is not a programming language, this is a documentation language. It's meant for people to read. It was designed as the most readable way and most consistent way to write like sequences of steps and decisions. So this is an explanation, for example, of the A-star algorithm. And you start by looking at the starting point and you follow the line down. And it tells you about this section. This section is called init search. So you follow the list of steps here And when you get to the end, it tells you about the next kind of step that you should go to. Get the current node, you follow the line, and you follow the line down. And this label can be invoked from multiple places. This is one place, this is another place. Where do we go here? Here we have some conditions, right? And they have some principles. For example, the default path should always go down. The sideways should be the exceptional path. And the lines should always go down. They're almost always. There are only just very few exceptions where a line is allowed to go up. And also you have this nice, fairly compact structure in these diagrams. And this is not a programming language or anything like that. It's just a convention of writing diagrams. It just makes them more readable. It's a set of rules. And AUTOMAT already has this built in, like the way, for example, that connections work in AUTOMAT. They try to convince the user into organizing the objects top-down. Because when you put a connection, it always connects on the top, right? So the user is kind of naturally invited to structure connections so that the flow of information follows the direction of gravity. So this is one way to structure flowcharts. So we could have objects in AUTOMAT that basically check conditions and allow the condition to kind of flow sideways. We could add a built-in scripting engine to AUTOMAT. So we could have a block of Python code or JavaScript code or whatever. And that code could implement whatever we want. And this is super easy, super simple to do. Those languages are designed to be embedded. Then we could also have a block-based language like Scratch. Block-based programming. Maybe you can see some images. Yeah, Scratch is the most common example because it's the most famous. There's a library actually called Blockly. So Blockly is the library that Scratch uses behind the scenes. I actually wonder what language is this in? Is there a C++ version? No, it's JavaScript. Come on. Anyway, we could use this. It's just some extra steps to interface with JavaScript. So we could use something like that within AUTOMAT to implement more complex pieces of code. It's very friendly for beginners. This is used for teaching programming. We could actually improve on Blockly, because Blockly is actually, and Scratch, they're actually terrible for use when you want to edit a little bit more complex. It's just very slow to work with. We could make it easier, definitely. This is not, we don't have to use Blockly as is. We can actually push it a little bit. Anyway, we could also introduce some mechanisms for interfacing with external software. let's say you have your decision logic in Excel, right? We could have some blocks that will allow AUTOMAT to talk with Excel. Maybe not specifically with Excel, but we could allow AUTOMAT to make screenshots, do image recognition, this kind of stuff. So that Excel could be used to like implement decision-making logic. It's possible, it's possible. There are actually tons of options. Okay, before we choose one, let's remind this the philosophy of AUTOMAT. So we want to create an environment, a general purpose environment eventually. And the biggest things in this environment is that we want it to be intuitive. So not only for experts, it should be something that's usable for totally fresh newcomers. Hey, Dotivo.
Dotevo says,
Hello?
So this intuitiveness, and it may be counterintuitive, but this intuitiveness requirements, it's just it's just important thing, it's something that we should keep in mind. Because of that, I'm very hesitant to use a programming language. I don't want to, like if somebody new opens AUTOMAT, I don't want them to have to learn a programming language to use it. So that leaves things like flowcharts and block-based systems and maybe interfaces to external software on the table. Out of all of those, I think we could actually wrap assembly, like an actual assembly, in something like Scratch. So that, yeah, we will essentially build assembly programs out of puzzle pieces. It will look like Scratch. It will look like that. I mean, not like that. This is essentially C++ code. Maybe it will be looking nicer actually, because this is, I'm not a big fan of these aesthetics. Maybe this is how we could do this. Anyway, the point is, actually we will design this here. We will design this now today. So I would like to create an environment for writing assembly, which is drag and drop, and which kind of helps you write the assembly, so that you should have like a list of assembly instructions that you have. You should be able to like see the register values, and you should be able to like in real time just play with this. Just move instructions around and see what the results are. This is the end goal.
Are you doing Lego Powered Up?
I do, yes. It's fun that you're mentioning Lego, because the Scratch, like this, not Scratch, but Scratch as well, Scratch, Blockly and all of those, they actually come from Lego Mindstorms. So there was this I guess, collection of Lego sets that were programmable, and you got a programming environment for those, and this programming environment for Lego Mindstorms is actually the ancestor of Scratch and Blockly. Oh yeah, this is how it looked. It was actually beautiful. It looked really nice. Let me find the image.
My sons are programming with Lego.
It's small, but and this is probably some new version, but this is roughly what we are going for actually, but for assembly, not for Lego. Is it still active? I actually heard that they don't produce this anymore, that this used to be a thing, but not anymore.
Lego powered up Android app is very nice.
Yeah, precisely. So this is what we're doing. We will try to make it look nicer. We will go through our design process with Stable Diffusion and AI generation to actually make it look polished and nice and fit the AUTOMAT aesthetics. That's the plan. Okay, I was thinking about doing two different things today. So, in terms of implementing this thing, I was looking at the LLVM documentation. So LLVM has this thing called TableGen. TableGen is a language used within LLVM to describe architectures. And within the project, if I open this page, in the LLVM directory, then, I don't know, lib.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
We have target, and for each architecture is actually described using this TableGen language. And we don't really have to interface with TableGen because TableGen is a macro language. It's used to generate C++ code, and we can consume C++ code, right? It's super easy for us. We just have to link with LLVM. I think even in includes, we still should have some of those things. Include, target. Okay, maybe this has to be pre-processed or something. But anyway, if I go back to lib, target, let's look for x86. So this file is more of an index. This is like a top-level file which includes many other files. They define a lot of features, and if you scroll down, far down, still features. Somewhere here they are including other files. Yeah, include this. Include something PFM counters. Anyway, so if you look for TD files here, there is quite a lot of them. There are files that describe all sorts of functions. For example, control functions, arithmetic functions. And there are those files for every architecture. So, if we interface with LLVM, we could get those descriptions. For example, here is like one type of operand which has many variants, right? That can be kind of produced, and they are all described here. It says what registers we can accept, what registers are kind of filled by this instruction. It's not super readable, but the information is here. Oh, it even says how do we write this instruction in assembly. Yeah. And there is more of them. This is messy because hardware is messy, but when we process this, it will be a lot easier. So no worries. If we are not successful doing this, I have a backup plan. I found another assembler which is super easy. This is super trivial assembler. There is what was it called? Anyway, there is plenty of those. Okay, this is work in progress, so maybe not this one. Anyway, we will have easy time finding architecture-specific assembler. But this architecture-specific assembler is going to be less general. I would like to get LLVM within AUTOMAT, because we can use LLVM to do other stuff. We can, for example, ask LLVM to optimize some of our code. Right, that would be nice. We could for example, use, okay, maybe we could maybe pull other front ends for LLVM like Clang or Rust, so that users will be able to write Rust or C++ or whatever code within AUTOMAT, and AUTOMAT will compile this code and run it for them. That would be nice, right? Having LLVM as part of AUTOMAT, it just should be part of AUTOMAT. It's just that there is no question about that. So we could use this for assembly, why not? This is too bright. Still too bright. Okay, so we have two things to do. Let's start writing our assembly. So we can include LLVM. So the title for today's stream is doing 2+2 in LLVM assembly. I'm not sure, I think this will be actually hard to do, so I would like to allocate a whole week for this. So we will do this next week. Let's start with designing the assembly environment. Yeah, so basically let's make a picture showing how it could look like. And to do that, I will have to fire up my okay, I guess we can close this. Stable diffusion. Okay, so here is sample workspace in ComfyUI. I'm not sure we will use ComfyUI as is to do this. I think maybe Krita would be better. Okay, let's try that. And that should start Krita. Okay, so this is how we designed the original macro recorder, and this is how we will design the new. Assembly environment. It's going to be 1024 by 1024. Sure, looks good. Let's see if it can auto-update. See. Let's generate a picture. Okay, it will try to generate 10 pictures. This is a little bit too much. Let's cancel and regenerate again. Flux is a very fast model. It's very good at prompt following. I like it. I haven't been actually following the stable diffusion scene for some time, so there are probably better models right now. Let me see Civit AI. Okay, models. We are interested in top models. A lot of porn models. I'm interested in Flux. Stable diffusion 3.5 also sounds interesting. Let's see. They look nice. This was probably fine-tuned on porn. Flux by default doesn't generate porn. It's like... It's actually very decent. It's very good at aesthetics.
Do you know any nice model which generates animated 2D sprites?
Yeah. I would try Cog Video for sprites. So there is this, this one. So there is this model. It's called Cog Video. Where is it? If you search for this, those nodes and try to get this model, this can actually generate like animated stuff. It's usually deformed, it's usually strange, but I guess for short form animations, like for example, if you look at this chair, it's weird. If you want to create some short effects, it should be perfectly fine. Cog Video seems nice, and there are many variants. It seems to be fairly controllable. Okay, so Flux is working. We can start playing with this. So
AX.
We will actually not do any of this right now. Let's start with doing this design first. So we have sixteen registers, 16 general purpose registers. I want to add text. Sorry, okay, I have to create a text layer. Okay, it's there. And each of them is 64-bit. Okay, this will be a lot of repetition. Okay, I will actually use GIMP for now, because GIMP is more familiar for me. I will make it larger as well. Or maybe not GIMP, Inkscape. Sorry, I'm just jumping through programs. There will be a lot of text, and I think Inkscape is very good with text. So, let's say this is a single register. It should have 64 bits. Okay, I want to visualize all registers. All registers should be first visualized as hex and decimal numbers. It has to be way smaller, like 10 pixels. Okay, so this is a 64-bit value. Doesn't look bad. And this register is called, let's say, REX. Within this one, we have sub-registers. We have actually lower part of it. So this is EAX. Disable snapping. How was it called? Okay, then we have some extra registers. So there will be a lot of stuff to show on screen if we want to show all registers. And I actually think we could just make this transparent. To avoid lines. So this is the decimal value. For a decimal value, we could use a nicer font. I'm slowly designing this. Let me find some mathematical font. Let me see this. There were FFmpeg project recently published some assembly lessons and they should have like the basics. They are using this wrapper, this header, to rename registers. Oh yeah, this is a nice picture, exactly what we want, or not. Actually not. Yeah, this is called A low and A high. Yeah, this is actually a super nice picture. This diagram could be used as a starting point for us. So I see that registers, they just take a lot of space. So arranging them linearly, I wanted to arrange them in a row. This will probably not be doable unless we hide some of them. So that could be a solution. So we could have a view which shows something like this with all registers.
Do you plan to have ARM support?
Yep. This is why I want to use LLVM table gen descriptors, because they have descriptions for all architectures, basically. ARM is decent, I think. "32 registers, 30 something, but they are pretty systematic, you know, at least." Okay, so on a high level, I think we could have on a high level we will have something like a vertical, like a table, something like Excel. Each column is going to be something like this. Duplicate this. Actually, maybe I could design this in teardrow. That would be also nice. And in the lines we will have instructions. So let's make an instruction. This instruction could say...
Nexus says.
Cheap viewers on streambrew.com remove the space CG54 Gast M Ach.
Some value. I don't want to highlight those values. So within this space here, we will have a picture. Something that symbolizes writing. I actually wonder, maybe there is a better metaphor. That looks decent. It's just design. Let's change the color of this. they should be bright. Just like in the Lego Mindstorms kind of example, they are using the icons because they allow you to very quickly recognize what this will do. This text can make it actually very faint. This text is very unimportant. It will be shown kind of in the corner so that you know what this instruction does, and in another corner we could probably show, for example, the hex of the machine code produced, something like that. So this is the assembly, this is the machine code, and here we will have a diagram showing what the instruction does. And it will have a text field. Let's make it a gradient. Should invert this. Okay, so this is, for example, an instruction that would allow you to set a register to some value. And then we would have something similar here. I think an instruction should take a whole vertical space. Instruction 1, instruction 2. Maybe you can make this different. Okay, and when we multiply the two registers, instruction will have a slightly different color, for example, like that. What could be the symbol for multiplication? The X is mech. Let's make our own.
Tativo says,
Rabbit dot.
That's a good one, actually. So there are some geometric representations for multiplication. I think that the two-dimensional ones are a little bit... they don't capture what multiplication does. So I think something like this. I think we should use a gradient here. Not great. And we can use the X symbol for multiplication. I will steal the mathematical font from here. Maybe not X, but... Is there a matrix transform? I don't see anything like that. I guess we can do this. Okay, so this is our multiplication icon. I see. The color was identical. Okay, multiplication doesn't have a text box. Okay, I think here we should symbolize the flow of data as lines. I think that would be nice. Or maybe not lines, maybe just a shape. So the initial value of registers is, I don't know, we will either set this to 0 or use just random garbage data. I'm not sure if we should visualize that. But let's say we will have a shape here. Showing the first register. So that here maybe we could use a better color. Actually, maybe we could show this even differently. So to actually mesh this with the icon. Something like that. I think if the icon were horizontally flipped, that might be easier. I'm not sure if we are describing this well. This is just some symbolic representation of multiplication. Okay, when I have this instruction, I need some widgets to control the source registers. How could we do that? I would need something like a slider or something that can be dragged and dropped, like like a button that I can drag from array X to RBX or another register. Okay, so we'll have those two kind of sliders, maybe, that can be used to select an input register. To do this, we need an axis where we can do sliding. Make it even larger. the controllable part, I will move to the bottom. And here we will have our symbolic representation. Symbolic representation is not very important right now, but let's just make one good one for the sake of just having an example. Let's just use a simpler icon. Something like that. We could tweak colors a little bit so that they are less, I don't know, childish. Okay, so this is how the basic block structure roughly is going to look like. We still need a couple of things to do. I would like to have a register visualizer which shows the current values of all registers, and a way to control the execution of this machine, like pause, step, play. To do, we want to show registers. And a library of instructions. Yeah, I think this is a very decent multiplication. This icon could work if we just changed the style. Oops. Guess it can be smaller now. Okay, and by setting this slider, I can select input registers. And by setting this slider, I can select the output registers. Okay, let's save this. And maybe also branching instructions. Okay, I think all of this will have to run within some editor. And this could actually work nicely. So the top level editor could have buttons here for adding and removing registers, or maybe renaming them. I have an idea. Maybe we could assign labels not to registers, but to values which are stored in registers, and we can track them. For example, here there is a value, right? Push this down. Actually, that was pretty decent. Like that. If we did that, then this visualization could actually use the name. Here. Here we could have a tick on this line. Using too many. Parameters. Okay, so I could say that mass is here. I could show a line. Using the style. Okay, I think instead of putting this text field everywhere, maybe this could be like an optional pseudo instruction, like a label. So I will move those down. Could make it imitate come on, a scribbled note, like a sticky note. Comic mono, yeah. Yeah, if I can assign names to values within registers, then those names could be used here. So in this multiplication, I kind of need to assign A and B to different values, and I guess I could put those values above the sliders. I think we don't need the icon if the object is sufficiently well, if the diagram is good enough. The diagram is the icon. And the diagram is going to be interactive, so it's going to animate depending on how we select registers. As a result of this instruction, we get a new value and we can assign a label to it. I think those objects should have shadow. Same as those. Nice. Okay, and to make it easy to use, so on the bottom we should have a list of instructions somehow. The register states here. We will finish this, design this in a moment. Branching instructions will be here. Okay, so let's create a branching instructions. Like a single branching instruction. Okay, or maybe let me kind of do the high level stuff. Here I would like to have the execution control. And the location of everything is so that on a touch interface, the buttons, the important buttons will be on the bottom. Execution, I guess, is the most important, then library and those things, but the specific instructions, I think it's going to be very hard to kind of arrange them on the bottom of the screen. They have to be on, they have to fill the content of the screen. Okay, so this start-stop interface is going to be on the bottom. On the left, I would like to have removing registers. Or maybe we can combine this with those register states. So the way that it's going to be actually executed is that I'm thinking we will have a dedicated thread that's going to execute assembly. It will just run in a loop, executing this thing, or not in a loop. Whenever you change the contents, it will rerun the code. As it's executing, we can actually pick the state of registers. There is an instruction for that. I mean, a way to get the state of registers from another thread. So this is what we'll use to fill the state of registers. But one interesting registers that we get is the instruction pointer. So we can actually show within this code where the instruction pointer currently is. Let's try to do this instruction pointer. Something like this. Public domain, perfect. It's at the public domain. So many pointing hands. Which one to choose? The one with, I don't know the English name for this. It's probably a little bit too medieval. We could go for this style, this elegant, I don't know, office, retro office style. Let's go for this one. Okay, we have to actually trace it. And there is our hand. No, there is our instruction pointer. It could look like that. Okay, let's do the branch now. Okay, JO. Actually, it's interesting, the multiplication instruction, it can actually fill the overflow flag. We could signal this here in a similar way to this box. messed up the colors. That was good. Let's call this... I wonder how to signal overflow. I think this is the font. Maybe revert this path. Anyway, I guess it's fine. finish the branch. So the branch, the instruction that we will have here is just branch jump overflow. I have no idea what's the hex for this, what's the machine code for this instruction. Let's say it's going to be A3. Is there a symbol for overflow? Maybe something like this. So this is, yeah, this is clearly a stack, so this is not what we want. We'll have to come up with something here. Okay. In the Dragon language, what are the rules for jump? Okay, the arrow, the line always has to exit the object from the bottom and connect and go on the, preferably on the right. There is this one exception here where it goes on the left. I'm not going to use any crazy curves. is fairly important, so let's make it thick. Let's add a nice arrow at the end. Okay, when we do a jump, I want to be able to send signals to other objects. We could implement this using those jumps. This kind of terminates the execution of this assembly. Yeah, this would be nice. And the same jump could be used also to go back in the execution. Could we have a cable here? I think we could have a cable. This is a good one. We can create something similar. Or and now we need some water. Actually, there is this fun type of curve that we could use here. Oh yeah, and having a hand also helps. This feels jump. No, jump feels yellow to me. We have to pick a decent color. I broke it. This one was decent. Those curves are very difficult to control. And here we should have an icon that signals jump. Conditions. I think I really hate arrows in user interfaces, but I think arrow is the best thing to use here. Again. Let's go with an icon. This is a good one. It has thick outlines. I think outlines could cause issues for us, but otherwise this icon is perfect. Let's try to see. This fake transparency, I love it. That would be interesting, the Spider-Man gesture. Some of them seem AI generated, like this one. This is just what a strange shape for a hand. Let's try this one. Okay. And actually, this instruction doesn't use the force register, so I could probably move it over here. Maybe we don't need the hand icon, it's just increasing visual noise. Or maybe we could use this hand here instead of the arrow. It's unreadable because of the meat mapping. Inkscape doesn't seem to do meat mapping very well. I guess R was better, easier to recognize. Actually, this instruction, I think it should be like selectable. It should have a slider like this one. Move this aside. Essentially, the idea is that you would move this slider, and that would change the instruction from jump overflow to different kinds of jumps. This could be the icon for the jump, and by setting it to a different positions, there would be ticks here. The jump could be redirected to different conditions. Here we would have plenty of potential flags. The problem is there will be a lot of them. I'm looking at 32 flags. Okay. I'll make a short break. And after the break, we will probably continue working on the conditional jump instruction. Actually, we cannot test the values of those registers. Yeah, we cannot. So this can be way shorter. But above those registers, we should probably say what they are. Anyway, I will grab some food and be right back, probably around 3:30. Okay, see you soon. Hey, I'm back. A little bit faster than expected, but I guess that's good. I think for the overflow, I think for the flags we could. I was wondering whether we should have colors that indicate the type of a flag, or maybe the lines, because there will be multiple. There will be parity, right? So here will be parity. Here will be 0. And so on and so on. There will be a couple of them. Hey Knight. Happy New Year.
Knight says,
Hey everyone. YouTube.
Created way too many of those objects. Maybe this line is not necessary. You know what, we will color them according to their meaning. For example, overflow will be blue. 0 will be, I don't know, gray, and so on. So each bit will get a color.
What is this on screen for?
So this is the design for the new object that we will be working on in January. This is the project for this month. We'll probably not get very far, but the plan is that we'll have an object. It will be larger. It's actually going to be like that. This is garbage. So an object somewhat like that, that's going to be an assembler. Yeah, I don't know what's a good color. Green maybe? I guess it could be dark. Anyway, so it's going to be a large object that's going to start a separate thread. And when you edit assembly here by dragging, blocks from the bottom, it will replace the code running in a separate thread, and it will start it. And we will periodically ask the operating system for the values of the registers. So we will be able to see the registers here and drop some values.
Understand?
Yeah, and it's going to be a way for us to control the execution flow in AUTOMAT.
I saw that you started the Kando project on GitHub. Did you check it out?
Kando. Oh yeah, I really like this kind of menu. I've always been a big fan of radial menus since The Sims, basically. And fun thing in design used the same kind of menu. I don't know if it's visible anywhere here. It's not. But it was even smaller, because on a smartphone, design was like a prototype for AUTOMAT, that I wrote a long time ago. A smartphone screen is much smaller, so moving the finger by, 2 centimeters was enough to enter a submenu, and it was very fast. It actually works, this approach. And it's fun because some of the decisions we made exactly the same. In design and in this Kando project. For instance, when you move the mouse, it was on touchscreen in my case. When you move the finger, I was highlighting the active object more and more until you cross the threshold. Then the menu would activate. And I also decided to use 8 options, because 8 options is you could have more than 8, but it becomes harder to remember the direction and harder to hit the correct angle. It's very fun, especially in multi-touch, right? Because on multi-touch, when you press 3 fingers, when you want to do something 3 times, you can just press it 3 times with your hand on screen and move the hand in the same pattern, and it will just execute this action 3 times. Super nice, super convenient way. This is actually how many in AUTOMAT is also going to work eventually, once we get to this. I want to avoid many as long as possible, because many means that stuff is not visible. So even this assembly that we are designing right now, we are trying to avoid having any sort of menus. Yeah, so Kando. I didn't install Kando myself, but I really like the idea, and I just don't have time to try everything I find. It could be very good. It looks like a solid app.
I likened this project to AUTOMAT a bit, but it works from a very different perspective. The function is the same. The method is different.
Yeah, I guess. So that it helps you kind of navigate your desktop, right? Or work faster. Okay, let's do the execution control. Execution control is actually going to be very similar to how we do the timeline. Can I do this? Yeah. So we will have a play and pause button. Maybe here. We will have an icon for a step, a single step. Let's do it like that. Could probably come up with a better icon. And if the system is paused, then we can do step. Let's assume this is paused now. Okay, library. Library is going to be hard. Okay, this isn't looking bad. So here I think we could have tabs, and each tab would contain let's do it like that. A different type of instruction. For example, there would be tab with jumps, arithmetic instructions, or whatever. Have a tab for mathematical operations, jumps, whatever this is, like memory manipulation, like setting register values. And so on. I don't know what other kinds of instructions we could have. We could have like Boolean instructions. I don't know what's a good symbol for Boolean. Maybe Venn diagram. Okay, maybe that was a... Maybe we could do it differently. One of them will be like red. One of them will be blue. Let's find some nice blending mode here. slight difference. I guess this is as good as any. And I don't know, probably some other types. Okay, when you select one of the tabs here, we will show the objects from this category. I mean, different instructions. Could be like that, yeah. Could even make it slightly larger. And that would give us more space to show the objects. I guess this could work for addition. So for any operation we would have icons similar to those. I would like this to work like our toolbar, the one that we have on the bottom of the screen. And because this program could be longish and it should fit on screen, I think this area here should be scrollable or zoomable. Okay, let's copy the stuff from Wikipedia. This is a really nice diagram. Okay, this is massive. We have 512-bit registers. Which ones are those? This ZMM? Insane. Flags registers, yeah. What are those? DR0. K0, K7. Do we have them here? They are not even shown. Okay, I'm curious about these ptrace getregs. Let's see in the description. It's in sysuser. Yeah. So we can get those registers, basically. Can get the debug registers. Okay. $27. At least the integer ones. Plus, okay, we also have these ST registers. Those will be those. And then XMM registers. And sadly, we cannot see YIMM and ZMM because Linux just doesn't support it. Looking at this, I'm feeling that creating a bridge between Linux interface and Windows interface, because Windows also behaves differently. Actually, I'm not sure how we will do this on Windows or macOS. So those registers are definitely saved somewhere, because the operating system has to do context switching. Okay, this looks like, yeah, like the context of a thread.
Luca Azero says,
Cheap viewers on streambrew.com remove the space 5 up behind you know.
Anyway, we will figure this out. We can even reverse engineer this structure, so it's not a big issue. Okay, it seems it's possible in Windows, obviously, because debuggers must somehow work. I mean, there could be a way for us to read whatever registers we want if we can pause a target thread. We could save its instruction pointer, redirect it to our code, which would dump all of the register into some struct, and then kind of resume it. So it's not impossible. I just want to see So if 64-bit register looks like that, then this is how large is going to be the 128-bit. This is the 256-bit register. This is a single register. And this is the 512. What a monster. And we have like 32 of them. I guess maybe we could write them in multiple lines. So those massive registers will just be tall. If we wanted to visualize this, then we would have this here. Let me remove half of this. So this is the first half of this register, ZMM00. This is the YMM0. I mean, not complete, only half of it. Okay, this is the X, Y, and Z parts. And together they form a single number. And this is what I wanted. Trying to figure out how to show a register. Okay, I will not care about extended registers for now. Let's only think about those. 64-bit, old school 64-bit register. And there are actually 5 different ways to divide it. Depends, sometimes there are 4, sometimes there are 3. So I think when we have a register like that, we could below this register put labels for different ranges. RAX, EAX, So what I'm thinking is that we could this is good. Let's maybe change this. Just to use less vertical space, I mean horizontal space. Here we will have something similar, but a little shorter. 64-bit is marked in gray here, so let's also do it here. 32-bit is in green, olive green. Bit is yellow. Actually have an idea. Maybe this number, this will be weird. We will squeeze the upper half and expand the lower. Let's do an experiment. Let's extend them even more, so the 8-bit parts will be very large. And then the 32-bit will be smaller, and then finally 64-bit will be very, very squeezed, because those upper bits, they are usually totally irrelevant. Now let's do our line. So this will be the gray line for the 64-bit values. We have the 16-bit one. We have to do it differently. Like so. I'm not sure if this is super readable. Maybe AX should be between them. Okay, I guess this is a nice diagram that shows how large is each register, where it starts and ends. The font that we are using here, it should be more, I think, technical. Let's see if we can find a nicer font. Yeah, this one looks good immediately. Is there something more digital? Oh yeah, we have some pixelated fonts. This one is nice. That one is interesting as well. This is a good one, these terminals. Voltaire looks like such a nice font. I think we skipped a lot of the fonts, like Pokemon Classic. I like this one. Let's go with this one. Stay with Libertinos. Okay, so for each 64-bit register we will have something like this. Get rid of those experiments. This is our icon repository. I wonder, we could also just cut it like that, so that it's very, very small, and the registers, registers like the sections of the register could hang below. Probably that's not a... Maybe it is a good idea. I could also remove this text box here, because I guess it's not going to be usable anyway. I would use a slightly different color palette. I think when it comes to low and high beats, I think a gradient from blue to red would be nicer. We need to decide what we will use colors for. I think using a new kind of random color for each new value that is introduced could be a good idea. It's like semantic highlighting, but for assembly. Let's get rid of this RBX and instead let's insert our new nice register value. Okay, so I guess here we should probably add buttons for registers. And I like this structure here, except we'll have to reverse it horizontally. Let's copy this for now. Let's say the next register, which we still haven't implemented, would be RCX. So let's ungroup, let's get rid of that. And that. And those lines. I will do it slightly differently. Same as below. So for each of those registers, we'll have a set of buttons looking like that, and activating each of those buttons will toggle the presence of this register here. So we could enable, for example, EBX, and we will get access to EBX or RAX, you know. It would look something like that. Maybe we could use transparency. So this is just a design, it's not the final version. There is so much of them. There are so many made, I should say. R8, this is R8D. I will squeeze this one so that it fits. Oh crap, they should have been disabled. Anyway, it's just an example. We will implement this in a moment. We also have those 5 registers here. have no idea how is that. Oric Rex. Yeah, they say it's only for GDB. Okay, we have RIP, yes, that's nice. CS. CS should be 16-bit, yeah. Okay, we have E flags, which is the 32-bit flags register. I've seen flags, yeah, E flags. We have RSP, nice. I guess CS and SS would be set to 0, I don't know. I'm not that great at assembly. Okay, we have CS, but this looks strange. Oh yeah, here they are. I was blind. So we have CS, SS, DS, yeah, all those 16-bit registers. So essentially here we will have similar buttons for those. Anyway, I'm not going to add any more because, or maybe I will a little bit. I want to experiment with those extended registers, how we could display them. The smallest part is actually 128, so it's actually 2 lines like this one. I'll be right back. What a monster. Okay, we just need 3 labels here. And there will be a blue one. I will change the colors eventually. Right now let's keep them as is. Okay, if I display this register in this way, then I guess it takes the least space. It's still a lot. The blue part applies only to those two. Maybe I could do it like that. Or maybe I could use colors on those. I guess when we actually implement this, we could probably do highlighting so that when you move the mouse over one of those registers, the part of the register value will highlight. Regarding the style of this assembly, object, I would actually go for sharp corners. I don't like sharp corners because they are not super friendly. Can probably get rid of these flags, right? I think we could have a flags register like this one. Draw font windows. I mean, these flags, half of these flags is unused, so putting this on the screen feels like a waste of space. Yeah, there is like always one. Parity. Another reserved. I think since they are just bits, individual bits, we can use circles to represent them. This is AF. Stuff like that. Sign flag. And actually about this register, I think we could hide it in a similar way as we do with the others. Okay, so here we have a list of, let me group those things so they are easier to manage. Okay, so here we have toggles that we can click to enable or disable specific registers.
Mukamu says,
Hello.
Hey, And on the top of the object, when we enable the register, it will appear here. And we will be able to use it like so. Those lines that we had here, we can probably remove. But the idea is that still we will be able to select one of those flags. And when we select overflow, let's say we will have an icon that will appear depending on what we select.
Adracormo says,
Hi. Can you give a long story short of what's going on?
Sure. So we are adding a new object for a change. So we spent the past 2 months optimizing the rendering pipeline, which was a lot of time, and we didn't really create anything like any new objects, right? Automat didn't change much. It's just like the FPS improved, the latency improved. Actually, those are very important things, but we need to add a new functionality. So this is going to be a new object within Automat that's going to be usable for doing logic, arbitrary logic. And within this object, you will be able to compose instructions. Those are actual instructions. So this is the x86, for example, instruction for loading some data. This is just a design, so the values are made up. But you will be able to build an arbitrary sequence of instructions, and we will load them in memory, make them executable, and we will be able to execute them. So this way you get access to your kind of CPU. Yeah, pretty much.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah. And this line, I will duplicate this. Okay, so if some value, okay, another idea, if there is an instruction, for example, multiplication that multiplies 2 registers and writes to some output, if it's going to trample some data or just remove the data from some register, then we will just stop this line. Yeah, so that it shows that this value that was here is available until this point, and then it's gone. It's replaced by a new value here. I think we could use those colors. Anyway. So the style for this object I think we could actually show a CPU. I'm not 100% convinced we should do that, because CPUs are scary, you know, technology is scary. I think it's nice to avoid those images. I don't know, maybe... Maybe instead of showing CPU, we could show something else. I like this idea, those Monty Python style retro images. Yeah, they used collage, like there is a lot of surreal and collage. It's like just a technique in art. I don't know what's the English name for this, maybe I'm saying something strange. Yeah, a lot of cutouts, copies. We could go for something like this with assembly. I think that would be nice, this kind of style. Maybe we could put some references to Monty Python here, but I don't think they really had any jokes related to computing. Actually, I've seen a fragment. So they use those heavy fonts. Line art. Cards, cutouts, paper cutouts, this is the style. Something like this also looks nice. those flags are definitely nice. This style for flags would be nice. So instead of circles, we could use tiny flags. I think we will play with stable diffusion with this. There are a lot of posters for the movies. I'm thinking more about Flying Circus. I think Flying Circus is much more the style is just better, it's more distinctive. Oh yeah, there is our hand, see? Just like this one. Could actually change this to white. So that it's slightly brighter than its background. When it comes to registers, I think most of them could be hidden. Right, so this would look like that, and there would be a toggle button on top. I still don't know what to put on this button, but what would be the icon? But the idea is that once you click it, it would actually show the palette with registers. Now it's better. And the buttons should be on the right by default. Okay, I have an idea. So in Monty Python, there are a lot of scrolls like that. So this white thing, it could be a scroll, so you would actually scroll when you scroll. Try to somehow show this. Yeah, so they are using those S-shape lines. They seem to be popular here. Can we emulate them somehow? I guess we could. And the same here, this label. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, this label here. This is perfect. This is how labels should work. So let's change our label to this new one. And the same we'll do with mass. We could also use a retro font for the text. Do we have any good fonts here? There was this. Could be. Looks good.
Knight says,
Is there a stream on Friday?
Yeah, I'm planning to have a stream. We did had a long break, but that was just a New Year's kind of and Christmas break. Okay, and the same with force. Let's duplicate this. Nice. Regarding this paper, I think we really need to make it cooler. This scroll is just not... The scroll effect is weak. Let's do something nicer. Let me experiment here. So we have a piece of paper. We could do this kind of folding, this S-shaped folding.
Adracoma says.
Okay, off-topic question. But did you use a LeetCode Premium account to prepare an interview, or was the basic version enough?
I didn't use LeetCode, actually. There used to be much more sites of this style. I haven't really been following this scene for a long time. You're from France, right?
Poland.
Okay. If you're from Poland, then you should look for the quote blue books. It's called Niebieskie Książeczki in Polish. Oh yeah, and there are some English versions as well. They are very good. The flow is that you just pick a random one, you start solving it, and you just try to solve the problem yourself, and once you have a problem, you just read the solution. The idea is that the people who won the competition at the end, they could describe their solution. They got the opportunity to kind of explain and publish, whatever however they solved the problem. It's a very good. And when they explain stuff, they actually explain it properly. That the way that they actually try not to, show how clever they are. They're actually trying to explain how to solve the problem. They don't need to, boast anymore. So it's much better than most of the blogs or online videos or this kind of stuff. Okay, this is a style that we could go for. Let me try this. Right, and this is a nice type of scroll. I think we can code something like this, something that would fold the paper following this trajectory. Looks good, right? And on the bottom, we could have same thing, but reversed. Okay, this is a good reference to have. Okay, so the plan is as follows. We'll have an edge like that. on top and bottom of the page. So when we scroll up, now we need this. This needs to be a like shaded ray gradient. Here we will have another one like that. I think this could be it. When we scroll, we will just make this piece on top longer and longer. I can extend it as much as I want. Mathematically speaking, this shape is... we should be able to formalize this. I can do the same here. The icons, we could use the same style for all of the icons, so they are not like vector based. Those will be textures. I think we could do something cool with instructions in this style, but maybe in a moment. I think it would be nice to put some theatrical decorations on this object. I mean, the idea here is that I'm just maybe not very creatively just copying specific elements, but the idea is to use cutouts from old media. This is a nice flag. All the beats, it mentions beats. I think we should put some of those lights around the object. They will indicate when the object is working. And this is offset, I guess. Okay, so this is some approximation of what I'm going for. Let's create another copy. Fascinating. I wonder why those markers only appear so infrequently. Only in a couple of places. Weird. Blue is a nice color. Or maybe a gradient. Okay, and this is just a rough sketch of how this would work. Okay, we could use the same type of scroll here. It would be scrollable. This is going to be a very strange assembly environment. Okay, be right back. Alright, I guess this is it for today's stream. On the next one, we will be continuing our bizarre assembly environment design, and then we will start implementation. And when I'm looking at the Windows APIs and Linux APIs, I guess I guess treating this stuff in a generic fashion is not the way to go. We'll probably have... I will see. I will try to play with LLVM and maybe we will be able to make it work. In the meantime, see you. Bye.